Alright, let's get started. But first and foremost, I figured out what happened to that pig. Yeah, the image on the screen kind of says it all. Well, we were going from, I think it was one of the historic sites, over to the starting village. We got lost somewhere in the canyons, and then the pig just kinda went, hey, I'm gonna phase through this wall and pop out the other side, and then he didn't. And that was the last anyone ever saw of him. Yeah, when I looked that up in the footage, I'm not exactly sure how I didn't notice because it's not like anything else was really going on at the time. I guess my brain was just on autopilot or something. But yeah, that's what happened to the pig. Anyway, this is going to be session 3 of this character. It's doing pretty good. Wait, somewhere in the ruins. Not sure if we went to the other floor. You have a bunch of stuff we could go and sell. Books to turn in. Forgot we had gotten an antimatter cell. Should probably start trimming the grenade collection. It's getting pretty heavy. Good start would be using up all these sower seeds. We do have plenty of stuff we can go and trade. How about for now, I just grab what's here and run off to Ezra or something. Also, did we have any beetles we should be worried about? 6 boom rose arrows for a splendid vestment, 6 scorpiox corpses for a peculiar contraption. That one we're not doing. 6 boom rose one though, that one should be pretty easy. Just have to collect another 5 of those. It's pretty much as we can carry. Let's start with Ezra. That's not a full solar cell. Use one of the radio powered. Just have to remember to change that right back out. Gonna teleport to more places, so don't have to worry about it yet. Anti-grav boots, crystal boots, metamorphic polygel, gravity grenade Mark III. An easy way to get a 5 and a 6. Emergency services, I think I have a military card. Yeah, I do. And he's got 4 of the boom rose arrows we need. First, only got fullerite boots. Let's pair those. Sell them. Actually, before we do any of that, does Lahaj have anything? Not really. You eventually want to get that phase adaptive scope, but I've seen it there for a while now. I'm assuming it's not going to go anywhere if we don't grab it right now. Not sure if I want to buy anti-gravity boots. Never really use them just because I don't want to bother activating fly every time I want to use these, but I do have radio-powered chem cells and an antimatter cell. So it'd be very easy to keep this powered right now. Not that great as a piece of defensive gear. Yeah, don't think I'm gonna bother buying those. Don't forget the boom rose. Nothing else I want to buy. Starting with the weapons. A bit less than half of the cost right there. I think we've got a floating glow sphere equipped. No, we don't. Actually, it's a, shoot, what's the name of it? The hover sled. Yeah, that's what it is. It'd say we'd probably be running off to, Bethesda Susa, so let's hold on to a little bit of the cold resist gear. Okay, can nearly afford it. Sell any grenades, not gonna sell any food. We could sell a thermoelectric cell. We already have a use for that 6. First. Oh, hey there, Churl. Doing great so far this morning. This guy has already survived longer than my average character. Which is a good thing because he's a tinker, so now's the part where he starts finally powering up. Just bought ourselves a gravity grenade. Which would be right here. The equipment rack, that one is... it gives you an extra back slot. So I was thinking of putting that on just so I could have 2 backpacks at the same time. Not for any actual practical reason right about now, but it'd be pretty fun. Alright, we can build those, disassemble it for the tasty bits. Mod these to be spring-loaded. Actually, I should have checked what it cost to put the mod on the antimatter cell. No, that's an 8. Okay, I think I've done in Ezra for now. I think Duval was the starting town. They probably have boom rose arrows. Yeah, it really is. So far I've got my floating nearby slot dedicated to it, I've got my back slot dedicated to it, and I'll probably have my cybernetic back slot dedicated to it. Well, now I think about it, I should probably also show off what I've got here so far. Got 2 stabilizer arm locks. So I've got the equivalent of having 12 extra points in agility for the purposes of accuracy. So we're pretty pinpoint. Got reactive cranial plating because, well, you know. Bionic hands for even more agility. And I was trying to keep my eyes out for a penetrating radar. As soon as I get my hands on one of those, we're probably going to run off to the deep jungle and really start looting the place. But for now, still trying to get our shit together. Might take a while. Right, those Boomrose arrows. And there's the one we need. Yeah, it's either the radar or the night sight interpolators is what I'm always gunning for whenever I'm playing Trukin, because usually I don't like buying too many active abilities, so I won't have jump and I won't have any of the upgrades for sprint and some of the other more useful mobility stuff, so I'd rather just see it coming and, if possible, also have that, shoot, what's the name? The scope whatever implant that lets you shoot through obstacles directly at your target, so that way I can literally just wall hack my way through all of the encounters later on. So, it's in Rusted Archway. Here he is. Splendid vestment. Let's see what he's gonna give us. Engraved snail-encrusted square cap. You know what? Sure, I needed a square cap anyways. And 6 after Reshef the above, Ghost and Cerulean, the coiled lamb of Beetles, died of natural causes. He was 216 years old. Really, we didn't know that one. Right. So now, next place to go. Probably the Id Freehold. Yeah, I never know with Beetles. Sometimes it'll be like, oh, bring me 6 wooden arrows and it'll give you 300 skill points, and other times it's like, bring me 5 of the rarest implants and it'll give you like a snail-encrusted wooden shield. It's just so inconsistent. I guess got a stasis projector. And also a whole bunch of gems if I ever want to go back and trade with them. Had a bunch of stuff here in the chest, which actually, now I think about it, way better than a second backpack would be putting on my powered exoskeleton. Maybe I should grab that and do that right now. Had a freezing rifle that I was thinking I could grab giant hands, have this, gives me a bunch of cold resist, go and get Bethesda Sousa with a ridiculous amount of cold resistance. Which should make it easy, but our only method of dealing damage right now is ranged attacks. So I'm not sure on that plan. Last I checked, was it even possible to kill Beetles, or is it just kinda difficult if you're not using like a vibroblade or something? That guy's got a nuclear cell. I think I can make those. Let me check. I cannot make those. Historical artifacts. There's that rifle I mentioned. There was something else somewhere here. This one isn't one, unfortunately. We just, for whatever reason, got inspired to name one of our Sphinx Salt injectors. I think... I'm almost certain I found another one, but I must have sold it to someone. Yeah, I get the feeling that breaking the ancient supercomputer probably has some weird side effects, so I never tried. Yeah, I do want that nuclear cell, and I want some bits. Could get spiked. And also micro-manipulator arrays. This would be very good for our build, but that's a lot of points right about now. Maybe once I get to too many eaters and I get that one item that lets me do silly things with crafted items. Just outright buy the thing for nuclear cells, but that's way more expensive than just disassembling this recoiler. Actually, I don't even need to disassemble it. I just have to buy it. So I could sell it again, but I'll take the bits. Yeah, nah, I'd really want one of those double eater injectors right about now. Since I already have one metamorphic polygel, and I could easily find some more now that I've already gone to the places where people sell them. Like hell, Tilly probably has one. He doesn't actually. He does have flawless crystal gauntlets. Before I forget. Probably should have been wearing this. And we can now make nuclear cells. If we wanted to make it radio powered, we could. It just takes a 7-bit, which we have 2 of. I think it is. If you want to do an overloaded skeleton, you need something better, but I think we just got that something better. Because the charge rate, I think, is percentage based off the total capacity of the cell, so the better the cell, both the more expensive and the better the radio powered mod is. Basically, it's as soon as you get radio powered chem cells, like it's just a better version of a solar cell, so you can theoretically get rid of them. Not to mention anything worse than the solar cell, you might as well just toss at that point. But yeah, I'm gonna make one of these, and I have the tinkering bits to make another one. Nuclear cell. And another radio-powered nuclear cell. Alright. We'll probably slot those into our pistols. Once they're charged, of course. Yeah. How many bits do I have? I've got 78 A's, 100 B's, 125 C's, 101 D's. Nuts. And also a bunch of 1s and 2s. The only ones I haven't found so far is 8s. Unless if I wanted to scrap my antimatter cell, but that feels kind of redundant. Anyway, I think I've been yammering on for long enough. Let's get to actually playing some video game. Which I guess brings me to, where the hell do I want to go? Probably strong enough to deal with Bethesda Sousa. Which I do have a recoiler for. Okay, that's what's going on. So it turns out my penetration is not good enough with this Gaslight Fleesa. Probably because there's no battery in this bitch. Okay, let's not die to the Bouldermen. Just shoot him. I'm probably strong enough. Just need to not play like an idiot. So I'm almost certainly gonna die here. Okay, on second thought, I think these pistols aren't cutting it. Disappointing. Also, I guess that means you're right. Okay, well. Go to the ruins. We've noticed some ruins in the ruins. Discovered Karuk Quarter. See if we can disarm this. How's the charge doing on it now? It's full charge. This one's full charged. Should probably have an actual piece of headgear. Still only have steel gauntlets. That definitely needs upgrading. Bunch of beetle sounds. I'm also starting to think that the gaslight weapon might be reaching the end of its lifespan. Need to find something better, like a vibroblade. I'm fine with people being chatty, usually people aren't, and honestly I struggle to come up with things to talk about half the time, so I'm just kind of awkwardly silent as I watch my guy fly around the screen collecting all the trash. Anyway, we found the location of Yamuar Imushur's hearth. And a rust bog. Gonna have to go check that one out. Where is the rust bog? It's down in them hills. Smell roasted boar. Now let's go ruin their day. Discovered ash bend. So before I forget, we do need to get rid of those sower seeds. You can play that game, fucker. Yeah, we win. Some fly buzzing around my head. Give me a second. Alright, I didn't get him, but he fucked off for now. Question on the malady of the mimic. It's a bunch of words I'm not gonna read. Discovered flaming tar pits. If I remember, this might actually be on the same level or even better than the rust bogs. Yeah, right in the middle of saying that, I find something that's probably way better than anything we're gonna find in the rust bog. A thermal cask. Get a whole bunch of heat and cold resistance, increase to our heat and cold damage dealt, and also the intensity of the heating and cooling effects. Fortunately, it's also very heavy. It's 4 and -4. Pick that up. This is 5 and -5. So it's just armor, it's worse, but we're holding on to that. Risk calculator. Want one of those. Grappling gun. Don't need those. We are very hot. Rusted mortar over there. Well, there was one. That's the livid creepers doing it. Tattoo gun, and I heard the rusting effect. Like that, stop moving. Rifling through the trash, we discovered the location of the lair of Takaka Nafra's legendary boar. Alright, what did we have that rusted? One of our radio-powered chem cells. That's no good. Repair that pronto. Think about it. If we've got the two not finger flexors, we've got the two stabilizing arm locks, we should go and replace the bionic hands with finger flexors. That way we have faster and accurate shots instead of just only accurate. So I think there's a point where it kind of tops out. I say as I miss 2 shots, shooting at a stationary target. Stasis grenades. Sturdy grenade launcher. If I wanted to repair it, it's a B, D, and a 3. Don't have too many 3s right now. We can now make our own grenade launchers if we feel like it. And we're already low on weight. Now this is why I want the 2 backpack slots, because I don't have enough strength to sustain this kind of bullshit I'm doing. Rusted chain gun turret over here. He's just kind of sitting there not doing much. Shoot at it. Well, we got the chain gun. Level 22. Guess now would be a very good time to grab weathered. And let's keep the survivability up by also having Iron Mind. Got some bounding boots. Right. Oh, a whole bunch of good stuff there. Notice some ruins. Sure. Discovered Shervapad Hamlet. And who was that I just looked at? Visiting Godhead Yastaroa Sturt. Or Shirt. Let's try the name again. Visiting Godhead Yastaroa Shurt. Loved by the Neftali tribe and robots, admired by urchins for uncovering a plot against them, disliked by cannibals for questioning the origins of the moon, and admired by pariahs for attending a funeral for their leader. This guy's actually got very good reputation. I'll gladly give him some oil. Urchins are now indifferent. We are loved by pariahs. Ooh, and he's got a cybernetics credit wedge. Let's tell him about Badip, Goat Folk Village. And let's also tell him about Bone Ra, Goat Folk Village. But before I get that from having it as a gift, does he sell it? For 238, it could be ours. I have 238 worth of axes. Almost. Sell some chem cells. The regular ones, of course, not the good ones. Sell the bounding boots, actually. No, wait, I want that Hulk honey. Alright, we've found one cybernetics credit wedge from our friend here. Also, since we're inspired, we should cook a nice meal. Actually, that's a good point. Is it a sacred one? I don't want to accidentally break a quest. Nope, it's just a regular old credit wedge. Let's see. No special description, not marked as important. This one's also not marked as important. No special description. Yeah, no, just a credit wedge. Didn't know those guys could have them. Alright, so this one's gonna be Hulk Honey. With a Blaze Injector. Topping it off with Star Apple Jam. We also added a nip of rust. Not quite what I wanted. I was hoping for some kind of better effect. Yeah. Sometimes it do be like that. Although I guess in a way, shouldn't they be happy that their sacred relic is seeing some proper use? Well, maybe not. I'm thinking maybe this middle one also for this recipe. Because whenever you're set on fire, you stop bleeding does not sound like a good effect, even if the +4 strength would be nice. This one, its natural healing rate whenever we take damage, there's a 12 to 15% chance you toast an area per pyrokinesis at level 5 to 6. Think about it, they should make it so that you can find implants that just have engravings on them because, well, the items you find have engravings on them that give you reputation with cults, so why not do the same thing with the implants? Hmm. This other one, though, whenever you take damage, there's an 8 to 10% chance you have a 50% chance to dismember or slam your opponent. I'm assuming that needs the required weapon type for dismember or slam, which I don't think our weapon does either of those. If it's weapon independent, though, then that's a lot better, but that's still like a 4 to 5% chance of it actually happening. Yeah, let's just go with the thing. We've made Peepee's Compote with tart broth, Hulk honey, and open flame. Tasty, tasty fire. Yeah, I can get him not wanting to make the Templar an actual faction just because they've already written a whole bunch of lore that they're basically just maniacs who absolutely will enslave you and then use you in a suicide attack. But at the same time, it'd be pretty funny if, like, they gave you an option to try and then, actually do that. But that's a whole lot of dev effort on basically a joke for people who actually do want to join that faction. What the hell is that? Oh, it's visiting Godhead. The same one. Actually losing a fight to a voider. Yeah, it's having more Truekin factions, or at least even just independent Truekin wandering around would be pretty nice, if only to give people the option of being like, oh, that guy's got some fancy hands on him. I want those hands, so I'm gonna fucking kill him and butcher him right out of his corpse. You know, like a rational person would say upon meeting someone who's like them. Discovered some forgotten ruins. A lot of rust around here. Hopefully our stuff doesn't get rusted. Precinct Navigator. I'll take that. Place the wrist fan. And another wrist calc. Hold on to that. And a pneumatic jackhammer. Never gonna use it. Fire suppression system. Gaslight Chris. Discovered the lair of Hupox Tokoa, legendary tartbeard. Better precinct navigator. Gaslight Fleesa. And another military security card. How lucky. Those sell for a pretty decent chunk actually, so not being facetious with that one. I'm probably not pronouncing that word right. What words do I pronounce right? Right, so that's the longsword equivalent. This is the knife equivalent. I do have this starting skill for both of those. I'm not sure which one is more useful, really. Here it is. This one, it only gives you access to the stances, so it doesn't give me the plus to hit, and it also doesn't really give me much in general. It's only either the dodge value or the increased penetration and trade-off for a lowered chance to hit. Don't really feel like investing more into that compared to this one, which is +1 to hit and it's 25% faster to do attacks. I'm never sure exactly how big of an effect that actually has. Not gonna worry too much about it. Disassemble these. I think it's only a regular chem cell that rusted. And once we do have penetrating radar and some other fun implants, I'll probably move right on to having 2 risk calculators hooked up at the same time. Because it provides 10 units of compute power to the local lattice, which I'm not sure off the top of my head what for other devices that does, but for the penetrating radar that gives you 2 extra tiles of radius. So mix those 2, overload them too, and then also add a Palladium mesh tabard on top of it. Suddenly you have a whole lot more vision range. And it also gives a boost to anything else that uses compute power, so that's probably what we're gonna try to stack. Just a bunch of stuff that requires it, which of the things I remember, there's the anomaly fumigator, there's the stasis projector, there's the point defense drone. I forget what else. I know there's some item mods too that make effect from it. Like I think Morphogenetic and Nav. Which Nav wouldn't be a huge one, but it would help us find even more ruins to pick up even more artifacts from. It's done here, I think. Okay, that was a good rust bog. Is there any more historical sites I could go to? Malawar is all the way over there. Upa is in the river. We could go there. Tomb Manor. Same spot as Alawar. Carcassion Slums. That one is either in Deep Forest, in the Baroque ruins, or it's in the mountains. If it's in the mountains, it'll be a whole lot less challenging than if it's the other two, but don't know without going there. Babish Hall is the reef. Already went to Dumor, already went to Iraq. Or is it pronounced more like Iraq? Actually, that's not that far from what I was already saying. Did I mention I talk too much? Let's recoil back to Ezra. think that one just hit a tree with its sowing seed and just killed itself. I'm probably gonna stop into Ezra to trade stuff before moving on to the actual spot I want to go to. Forget if these are worth money. Probably. Not caring too much. Very tempted to disassemble the thermal cask, but I am going to hold on to it. Just stop collecting carbide weapons. I keep telling myself not to do that, and then I do it anyways. Other than the daggers. The daggers are fine. Everything else not so much. Got themselves crystal shard mail. Which if I buy that, I might just get rid of the thermal cask entirely. That is a whole lot more, but this is nearly a 10. It's not like I need that much cold resistance, especially now that I have weathered. Also, there's our data disk for the palladium mesh. It's rare enough that I'm thinking of just buying it. Yeah, there you are, sneaky frog. Hey, better not get caught doing that at work. I would never forgive you if you got fired or worse, just because you decided to show up to my stream. But I'm gonna trust that you're proper sneaky. Yeah, I've been killing a lot of goat folk lately, actually. Still one of the deadlier average enemies to run into, if only because of the sower seeds. But they keep some half-decent stuff hidden in their town sometimes. Part of why I'm so hesitant of going to the goat folk villages is half the time they don't even have anything that's worth it, but then the other half the time it's totally worth it. Right. Don't think I can actually afford the shard mail right now. A shame. Hold on to that. But I will try to buy the blueprints. Or maybe an arc winder. I did say I could use those. Or even a dithermal beam. Combine that with the thermal cask. So hard to decide. I need to find a matching one though to make use of that. Yeah, carbide gear is good for training for a while, hence why 6 already has this big old pile of them right now. But I find that if I want to maximize my potential, what's the word? Trade value. I want to maximize trade value, I have to go for something a bit tougher, something that probably isn't even as scary, like just wandering around the ruins. Sell the suppression system. Sell the extra military security card I found. And there we go. I would like to sell a little bit more. Let's sell the honey. Let's go learn how to make arc winders. Too complex. So I need another +2 to ego. Or no, wait. You can uncover up to tier 4. If I remember right, it's only at like psychometry 7 or 8 that we can start doing higher tier stuff. So even then, that wouldn't be enough. Turns out arc winders are more complicated than I thought. Go with 1 Eigen pistol and 1 arc winder. That should work. Had to try it. I could use my metamorphic polygel on it, but the gel is worth way more than the arc winder. It's not even a high voltage one after all. Then as for the precinct navigator, learn to make those. Risk calcs, same thing. Could just get rid of the shield. It's really not doing much. Yeah, I'll do that. Put the wrist fan instead. And then once I get to my location, I can just take the precinct navigator off. Okay. Now I think we're good for Bethesda Susa. Maybe not, but let's find out. Takes a few shots, but it gets him. So, is there any good grenades I can make right now? Stasis grenades Mark III. Gravity grenade Mark III. Can't make any of those. Just one. Ever-present freeze grenade, but I'm assuming everything in here is either already very frost resistant, if not outright immune. Let's tinker up a bunch of extra thermal grenades just in case. I don't have all that much offensive grenade ability right now. Pistols will have to make do. So I said that sentence all kinds of fucked. I should simp some more coffee. Also, I just thought about it, but I did basically zero effort to actually figure out how to do the shoutout command. Sorry about that. I'd give both you and Churl a shout out if I could, or if I knew how to. But let's not stress enough about it. Or too much about it. It's a sawhander. It does not like me. Do not have sling and run. And also my Kimbo is turned off. That would probably help. Oh, we can finally make our own chrome revolvers. If we really wanted to. Which we don't. An engraved chrome revolver. 2206 before Reshef, Kitafa won a decisive victory against the combined forces of Iraq Homestead at the bloody battle of Shupar Spire. Though he lost his the lucky prize to Bane of Flowers during the course of the conflict as a result of the battle. Shupar Spire was so rife with bad omens that it was renamed Fortuitous Bog. I kinda said that one stilted as hell. So I thought I already had that one. Lucky prize, the Bane of Flowers. It said it was in Iraq. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I sold that to someone. If the quest wants me to go and find it again, I guess I can go and pick it back up. So now I think about it, I do have the deploy turret skill. Let's test that out. We have an Eigen pistol. Let's see, what other missile weapons can I make? Carbines, Eigen rifles, grenade launchers, Isakar rifles. Let's try making an Isakar turret. Let's give him 50 rounds. There he is. Now, if I wanted the rifle back, that's how I get the bullets back. Also, that's way more bullets than what I gave him. If I hit deactivate. If I want that weapon back, I have to disarm it, I'm guessing. Which, the only disarm I have right now is using pistols, so I probably wouldn't get it back anyway. Just leave the turret there. Live and remain ever restless, turret. Okay, let's make a nice meal. Hulk honey. Salve. Don't have anything that would give me any type of frost resistance. I have horse shrooms? No, I do not. Cider, Hulk honey, salve. Very simple. Probably already have a recipe that has this. Let's see what we get. Where you take damage, there's a 12 to 15% chance you stop bleeding. You take damage, there's an 8 to 10% chance you get +8 strength for 50 turns. Or just +4 strength, quickness, and a big save to bleed. I think I already have this effect, but let's make it again. Made Peepee's Balm Spice Herb Hulk Honey. Very nice. Alright, let's see if I can snipe him from here. Not accurate enough. I don't think he knows I'm here somehow. We are whittling him down. It's cheesy, but I'll take it. You're now despised by trolls. And liked a little bit more by the Svardim. Let's not get all of it, let's just get some of it. Yeah, 20's kind of a lot. 15. Get 2 down. Crabs like us slightly more. Swell with inspiration to name your hover sled. You know what, let's give this one an actual name. Let's call it Trash Barge. And we're gonna give it some very bright and fancy eater colors. Look at that fancy thing. Too bad we can't mod those. Right, there's Invisible Guy. I will be unabashedly using the minimap cheese to fight this guy. Somewhere in the middle here. You know what, let's throw some sower seeds at him. Soften him up a bit. So hose. This one's doing fine. That one's 93. 96. So the arc winders definitely use more power, which is fine. We got the power. I should have replaced this. Replace it with the buckler. And everything else is probably fine. I'm gonna guess he's right there. It's right next to us. Sure was. Rid of us. Right there. he's not moving. But I'll take it. Reputation with the villagers of Tumrod increased by 100. Villagers of Mavalep increased by 220. Alright, we're through the front door. Let's see how much worse it's gonna get. Well, hello there. Reality gas or normality field going on over here. Not sure if that's going to affect any of our weaponry, but it's probably going to affect our hover sled. At least I think it does. Also, we're zapping all this stuff on the ground. Probably not good for our loot prospects. But you know what's even worse for the loot prospects? Not being around to loot it. King crabs are still a royal pain in the ass. This one's still in good condition. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, that's a lot of those ick slugs. I have to find a snail mother before this entire floor is just nothing but slime. There it is. Where to run away. Level 23. Maybe it's about time we get bloodletter. Should massively increase the effectiveness of our melee attacks, even if our weapon isn't all that great. Now that I say that, is there any way we can just improve pistols? Yeah, I'm just gonna save it for that instead. Alright, killed the snail mother. Now we just have to kill everything else that's here. Arc winders are working real good though. Should have remembered that I had the friggin' sower seeds to throw at him. Also, we can make a meal. Let's go with Hulk Honey, not Salve actually, Hulk Honey Blaze Injector Convalescence. Use Intimidate and Pyrokinesis. None of it's really all that great. Guess this middle one is the least worst. We've made TP's Smoke Hulk Honey Cold Flatbread. Oh, a whole bunch of fun stuff here. And this is the part where, remember, I have sower seeds. Those guys fight amongst each other, and then we move back in. Don't want to leave that snail mother alone for too long, otherwise we have an army of big slugs to deal with. Don't see the snail mother, so I'm assuming it died. Rustation. Run away from those. Those are one of the ones where if it cleaves your armor, it's staying cleave for quite a while. Alright, this room is clear for now. In this horse room, it's not growing anything on it. Better Beetle, bring me 3 illuminated items and I shall reward you with great renown. I think the only things that can be illuminated is books. You know what? That could be worth it. It entirely depends on what your reputation is, but we'll have to gamble on it. Go look at the books. Got one book we've illuminated. It's worth 30% more, and I think that applies to both the sell value and also the EXP value. At least I think it does. Mark it as important so that we don't get rid of it. Just need to collect 2 more. Flailing. Turn the target snapping back on. There's a basilisk. First, let's harvest some mushroom. That's the cloning sound I've been hearing. A lot of slimes to deal with. Deal with them we shall. It's probably a huge mistake. Yeah, we're handling them pretty good so far. Alright. Now think about it. How's our energy cells doing? 96%, 97%. This one is 77%. Just check something. Item can be recharged via broadcast power. This one, the power receiver is operational. There's no alerts that there's a glass storm or anything weird. So it's also operational. Wondering why this one is so much lower. Is it just it's charging up that much slower? Or is it because the higher tier cells also have more ground penetration from satellites and whatever? Simply don't know. Okay, yeah, they're back at 100%, so they're definitely charging down here. Then in comparison, this one is still at 77. Let's wait 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 rounds. Still at 77. Okay, so the regular chem cells cannot charge from this far underground, but the nuclear cells can. Just an extra reason radio powered is ridiculously required. This is the alchemist, his lair. Don't see him though, which is might be a problem. I'm killing this guy. There's the alchemist. Now before you explode yourself with a neutron flux, let me see if I can buy something from you. I don't think I have that much to sell, actually. There's just a couple of weapons, not anywhere near enough for this thing. I'm just gonna run away in case he decides to do the funny. He's hostile to me right now. Okay, let's maybe leave. I'll, leave him to his own things and just take the lift down, actually. Right, we ascended and now we go back down. This place is fucked. Okay, got... Did we kill it? I think we killed it. Now we have this couple of fuckers to deal with. And then the crag bench. Go back up. If any hope, those dudes fell down the hole. Does he have? Folded carbide dagger, an iron weave cloak, and some fangs. Sometimes these guys have some nice stuff on them. I don't think he has anything though. Hey, level 24, we get +1 to each attribute. And we broke a copper nugget. Tragic. Alright, can get Deadshot. And Sling and Run. 141 left over. What was that other thing I was considering? Alright, Bloodletter. 9 short. It's a lot of crab. disassemble these, can we? Cannot. I think we used to be able to disassemble those, but it's kind of a balance issue because you'd just be able to show up to Bethesda Susa and get a shitload of like 6, 7s, and 5s from just disassembling all the furniture you're never going to use anyways. It's not like there's anyone here to be upset about it either. Ooh, herberry. Found Ifriraf Noashafat, favorite of the Argent Fathers. Is loved by the Mechanimus, hated by the goat folk, disliked by the villagers of Shamas, and disliked by goat folk. Again. Don't think we're gonna give him any water, but let's see if he has anything to trade. Does. Be having that. And the Sphinx salt. Never gonna use the keys again, although they're very good barter items. Get nothing for selling the throwing axe that doesn't weigh anything. At some point we picked up a chain pistol. 2 chain pistols, actually. Those could be good if I want to just wander around the ruins disarming laser turrets or something. Also just remembered we were supposed to put on our thermo cask for this. It was fine. Everything is fine. Okay, now let those guys deal with those, very annoying worms. Never mind, they're after me. I think they're part of the fish, faction, actually. Whenever I see them spawn, they're spawned in a little pile of water. Same thing as the memory eaters. Although I should also clarify, when I say when I see them spawn, I mean like at the stilt or something. Or as part of a group of pariahs. It has a gigantic plastifer bonnet. Or bonnet. Don't know why. How the fuck do you pronounce that bonnet? What the fuck, guy? Anyways. I think we need 2 heads if we want to wear this, so we can keep it, but seems like they're having fun over there. Now we're having fun over here. Wow, actually landed that shot. Got carbide plate armor, some fangs, a 2-handed fullerite longsword. I think we have enough loot. Discovered the location of Sure. Well, let's repair our herbary. Because why not? Discovered the location of Mazoshir. Also discovered the location of Moonroot, Goatfolk Village. Alright, I think they're dead. Cannabis weirdos are doing something over here. Just repeatedly casting force fields on the same spot. Guy had a couple of other things he could sell. This guy... Nah, it's just a missile. It's got a freezing hammer on him. It's arguably an upgrade to the weapon we're currently using, actually. I don't know why they're so upset about that plant over there. Bring me 3 nav items and I shall reward you with great renown. I'd love to be able to provide that for you, but I haven't found a nav mod. Okay, well, they don't seem to be able to solve their own problems. How about I solve it for them? Kragmich Brainer. Not bothering with that. No, probably should have re-equipped the pistol. Does that guy have a missile launcher? He does not. Okay. If he did, we might have been in some serious trouble. Right, the cloneling died. That guy's dead. I think that guy's dead. Destroyed or broke the carbide folding hammer. There we go. Animus dude, surprisingly chill with me tasing the hell out of him. Ooh, a slip ring. We will collect that gel. We're not using the ring. I think we're gonna have enough stuff collecting carbide weaponry. There's our 6 credit wedges. Oh, hey there, Billy. I'm doing great. Hopefully you're doing great too. If you're curious as to what's going on, we're in an area that is very cold, very dangerous. Probably a bit under-equipped for it, but we've been doing pretty good so far. You know, just shoot laser beams at dudes and watch them explode. It's pretty fun. Man, we don't have a lot of this floor available. Do have a pickaxe, right? Would it be in miscellaneous, or would it be tools? Look in the regular inventory, I hate that menu. We do have one. Sure wanted this area sealed off pretty bad. I think we're in. Surprised there's nothing back here. Optical bioscanner. And by nothing back here, I meant no enemies back here. Usually it's crawling with dudes, but I guess they were all shoved off to that side there. Base harmonic modulator. Lightable axons and a stasis entangler. Choose one creature in sight. All creatures in the zone other than you and it, excepting creatures in the same square as one of you, are put in stasis for 15 turns. So basically I get to call timeout and have a 1v1. That is a very neat implant, but I don't think we're going to be using it. Sure, it's going to be worth a lot of money though. Let's upgrade our points while we're here. Currently at tier 15. Once we get to tier 17, we're going to have to start spending 3, so I think we can get maybe 3. Yeah, there we go. Now we're up at 18. Install the equipment rack. We have enough points to install the inflatable axons, or axons, or the phase harmonic modulator. Now, considering what we're going to go up against in about a second, just slap this on our back. So I think we're pretty close to having a full complement of cybernetics. Actually, no wait, I think we already have a full complement. Got the face, head, body, back, left arm, right arm, hands, and feet. I think that's all the slots. So now if we want anything new, we have to swap it out. Just fine. Can probably replace one of these stabilizer arm locks. Can definitely replace the phase harmonic modulator once we're done with this part. The techno scanner, we're probably gonna hold on to it until we get a multi-scanner, which could be very soon. This down a bit. Let's make camp. Go convalescence, salve, and wild rice. So all of them have ice breath. I think that means the wild rice is equivalent to a sleet beard gland. I think that's the right name. So then it's only the other effects we have to worry about. 8 to 12, save versus bleeding, and +4 ego. Whenever you gain a new follower, one of your minor negative status effects is removed at random. And whenever you take damage, there's an 8 to 10% chance you beguile a creature as per beguiling at rank 7 or 8 for the duration of this effect. Actually, on second thought, it wouldn't be a sleet beard gland because it would give us higher ice breath levels. That's just from the convalescence. So we kind of got unlucky with the effect roll. So then I'm guessing the wild rice was actually a love injector. Hinky. Yeah, PP's cookies with love soup, elixir, and anodyne. Sounds like hospital food. 9% chance we beguile a creature whenever we take damage. Okay. So I don't think there's much of a point to having the powered exoskeleton specifically, at least not right now, because the weapon we're using doesn't actually use our strength modifier anyways. Look at that carry weight, 475. And we also got another inspiration. Birds over there. Just chilling out in the freezer. Right, got him. There's slip ring. Collect the liquid. Disassemble. Now, you're the legendary one, right? Caw, the troubadour, cheerful white ash. Loved by birds, hated by fungi for eating one of their young, disliked by Chava, the tree of life, for impersonating one of their leaders, and admired by urchins for resembling one of their idols. I don't think we're giving him water. Honking a whole lot. Don't want to be on the bad side of Chava. And I'm already loved by birds. It's pink salt, gold. Let's try to get that gold. These weigh nothing. Stasis Entangler is 3. You know what? I gave my other Corpus Coli to Sheeb, so let's get this one. And let's also mark it as important so I don't trade that one away as well. Temperature's holding pretty steady at -55, so we've got 42 cold resist along with weathered. If I remember right, while I was watching Scholarly Frog stream, when he was in this area, he was getting to like -98, and then he put on some extra cold resist stuff, and then it went to -95. That was in the other room also. Okay, now we have to find a way to get past that. Or actually, we do have a way to get in here without having to cook anything. Now I am going to preserve the Eater's Nectar Injector, but I'm not going to do that just yet. Gonna do horse rooms. My favorite ingredient, holic honey. And some more wild rice. He also threw a gem cutter's right arm into a pot. Or into the pot. Can use burgeoning at level 7 to 8. Whenever you drop below 30% HP, you're immune to fungal spores. 75% chance that itchy skin doesn't develop. Can use Intimidate and bonus reputation with all kinds of plants. And then the last one is the chaotic one. Reputation with fungus, and whenever you drop below 30% health points, you cause plants to spontaneously grow in a random nearby area. Now, that does sound pretty good, but at the same time, I've screwed around with the burgeoning ability before, and some of those plants will just kill you. Like, not even trying to kill you, it'll just like, for example, there's a plant that whenever something steps on it, it shoots out flames in 4 directions, so up, down, left, and right. And if you're standing in the way, you will get toasted. So guess what happens if one of those plants spawns right underneath someone that's right in front of you? We'll take... Yeah, let's go with the chaos route. PP's mushroom inside of minced hulk honey and shredded moss. Rhinox. Another phase spider. And there is guaranteed to be a missile launcher dude down here. There he is, over there. Be cautious about this. There's nothing in this one, so we can really use it as cover, but what's in the one he's next to? The dangerous one. Okay, he's dead. Frosted pillar. Fine condition. Let's repair it. It's because we don't want that thing getting out. Right, I think we repaired it. Got his carbide folding hammer. And we got the missile launcher. Let's try disassembling it and cross fingers that we get the blueprint. We did not get the blueprint. Disappointing. Slender carbine. Rid of the chain pistols. Hopefully get the recipe. We got it. This one's a drum-loaded scoped chain pistol. Holds 20% more ammo. So it holds 28. Kinda neat. Don't think I need it though. All our shit is frozen. For some reason, I'm not wearing anything on my face. Alright, let's get this over with. Level 25. Care that guy very unceremoniously. Don't know why there's always one of those that spawns down here. Probably for lore reasons. I won't get into it, but yeah, those guys show up in important spots. Painted bronze mace. 5042 before Reshef. Edith had her legitimacy challenged by an aspirant over an ordinance mandating the practice of interpreting omens from the observed flight of birds. She won and had the pretender killed. She was 68 years old. Tell the future by where the birds decide to go live. Intriguing. Another missile launcher. Do we get the recipe? No. Look at all this free stuff that they're perfectly fine with me grabbing. Let's go insert disc 1 into the beetle. I did it again. I did not bring the instructions. Anyway, here's Finay Hoshea. secondary priest, or the alternative enjoyers of the Mechanimist. It's loved by the Mechanimist, admired by the villagers of Jakyukia, disliked by the villagers of Supan, hated by crabs. It's got 2 overloaded laser pistols and a chrome mantle. Well, let's teleport right on back to Gritgate. And then while we're here, let's go just see if there's any blueprints available. Solar Cell, Prayer Rod, Love Injector, Leyline Puppeteers. Forget exactly what these do, but it has something to do with mental mutations. At least I think it does. It's like something along the lines of you have to power those things by putting neutron flux in it, but when you do, it's like really, really crazy. Something to do with the cooldown. I'm all very fuzzy on the details. I read the wiki on it like what felt like a year ago. Maybe it doesn't even do that anymore. Alpha never has anything. Feo sometimes has stuff. Let's buy all the bullets. Right, so check Spare Facile, check Maffeos, there's just Jacobo. It's got a visage. Other than tech scanning, I think this one also gives structural scanning and bioscanning, but it also takes up an arm slot on top of your face slot. So this is a very good item if you're a tinker and you're not a Trukin. If you are a Trukin, not quite as exciting. Or at least that's how I treat it. Leave anything over here? I did. Get rid of the face harmonic. What do we want? Fire is still an issue, so that would be nice. Rapid release finger flexors, but that would replace our current hand slot. Navigation system? I don't think we need that. Have all the wayfaring skills, and we have a precinct navigator. Fire suppression it is. Now, before going back to Professor Sousa, let's go to Ezra. Flawless Crystal Coronet. I think that's better than what we have. Yeah, that's just a regular. Oh, right. And let's not forget, put our snail cap on. It's got an Uber Nostrum on him. A whole bunch of trade goods. And he has 2 shard mails. I'd rather wait until I find a flawless one, but probably better up armoring up sooner rather than later. feel like there was something in here I wanted to look at, but now I can't remember what it was. Alright. Just gonna disassemble the thermal cask. And we can now build them if I really want another. Flaming. Don't have that one. Maybe we get around to buying the phase adaptive scope. Or no, wait, this is phase adaptive. It's different than the one I was thinking of. Or no, wait, let's read the description before deciding that. When you fire a missile weapon or throw something, your projectile shifts phase to pass through obstacles and reach your target. Not this is what I was thinking about. Let's just sell the sower seeds. I have a lot of stuff in my inventory. It'd help if I didn't scroll through my menu 3 times trying to think of what to sell. Because now I go to his freehold. Ooh, he's got some credits. Buy those right away. He's also got a magnetic core, which could be nice. Using mod. The equipment rack goes on the body and the magnetic core does too. Now the question is, do I want a floating nearby slot more than I want having a second back slot? I'm thinking the answer is no. Those are good, bunch of 6s. Step sowers. Painted crystal coronet. 4,725 before a chef. He dates the second. The honor journal. The Mamish Bane. Husband to Uhua. The pest of Malep. Died of natural causes. He was 109 years old. Another gravity grenade. Don't really have anything to sell. I do have trade goods, but no sense selling trade goods to get trade goods. They're closing some of these menus. Or tabs, not menus. Yeah, not gonna bother. Learn the freezing. Actually, we should mod this to have either flaming or freezing. Probably freezing. 3 to 5 cold damage on hit. This one is 3 to 5 heat damage. If stuff dies to fire, I don't get anything out of the corpse. If stuff dies to freezing, well, first of all, it's not going to, it's just going to freeze. There we go. That will be sucking up more juice out of the battery, however. Forgot I had giant hands sitting right here in the cybernetics rack. Could have, well, it wouldn't let me have 4 pistols, it would just let me have 2 rifles. I don't have any rifles I can buy or make right now. One more point. Get rid of the equipment rack. Could put filters or scaled on this. Very expensive to mod a item this high tier, however. Can I mod these pistols? Lacquered? Nah. Same thing with the other one. Yeah, it is pricey, but the other thing is the better the item is that you're modding, the better the mod itself is gonna be. Like, one good example is the lantern mod. If you put it on something very low tier, like a nullworm skull or something, it only lights out to like 3 or 4 tiles or something like that. If you mod something like the Cornet I have, I think it's like 10. So, pretty big difference. I mean, if you find one with lantern already on it, it's pretty alright. Not to mention, even if you do mod it yourself, it's not very expensive. It's just the later on stuff that you have to really plan that out, because you don't find 7 or 8s all that often until you start really rolling into, like, the very dangerous places. Which we're getting closer and closer to. Still don't have that penetrating radar. And I think we're done with the shopping. Let's go right back to Professor Sousa. Which, instead of walking the whole way back down there, I am going to just make a spiral borer. We're going to deploy it right here. And still mod things after you hit the 8 cost limit. I think it's, if you mean like, if there's a maximum amount of mods you can put on something, I think it's 3. Which they get more expensive with every mod that you installed. Unless if you mean like, if you're installing stuff that's already very expensive, then it's just gonna stay expensive, it's not gonna become impossible. Hopefully that's what you're asking. Anyway, spiral borer. Here, the metal satchel opens, folds itself inside out, and transforms into a contraption studded with pinions and drills. It starts to burrow into the ground. we didn't do this floor. This is where the shoot, what's his face? The alchemist was. Which we can't afford this stuff anyway, so let's keep going. Oh, okay. Yeah, nah, if you have something that takes an 8-bit to mod and then you add a mod to it, the next one is also just gonna cost the same. Like, it tops out there. Those bits are rare enough that it's enough of a punishment anyway. Also, that's a lot of balls. Okay, now we're back here. Yeah, at some point I'll probably go back there, stab him with a love injector, and just jack all this stuff. I know it's cheesy, but hey, that's what it's for, right? And we teleport right back out. Cannot do that with hostiles nearby. Step away from the stairs. Try again. Wrong one. Alright, here's your freaking disc, dude. We're promoted to Journey Friend. And I think he said he's gonna go talk to him. Yeah, there he goes. Don't trip on the way down there, dude. So now we have access to the library. Let's see if they have any recipe books. They do not. Free frag grenade. Just stepping in all your drinking water, don't mind me. Let's ask Erish Gagala about random bits of knowledge. Thank you. We discovered the location of a slime bog. I don't think those usually have anything other than a whole bunch of slime in them. You know what, instead of continuing on the main quest line, let's go do something else for a little bit. Gone to all the the easy historical sites. There's one up here in the river. Smell roasted boar. Sure, let's go ruin some days. Scaldy. What a cool name for a place that's gonna burn to the ground. At least my gas knife seems to be freezing pretty good. Don't ask how that works, I don't know. We're done here. Let's cook a nice meal. Salt, convalescence. But something we haven't used in a while. Yeah, let's do a phase silk recipe actually. So maybe cider instead of salt. Mix it with good old faithful salve. And we also added some rust to it. Nothing quite amazing. But I guess we just go with the middle one. Tippy's casserole with dried spice, balm, and aged shimmering fiber. And now that that's over, let's use a Sphinx salt injector. Preserve the Eater's nectar injector. And cook with it. Nothing happened. Disappointing. I'd like to return to starter vision. Yes, please. And then now, instead of cooking it, let's just use it. Could just grab that last level of intelligence right now. Get Tinker 3. Might be short a little bit on skill points though. And I could just wait for another +1 to all attributes level, but that one was, I got one just sort of recently, so it might be waiting a while if I do that. And just keep pumping agility. It's working pretty good so far. Yeah, I've been kind of spending my skill points unwisely, so maybe I'm going to hold on to the attribute point and run over to the 6-day stilt. Don't have that many books, but I do have some secrets to share with what's his face. 26 books. I'm holding on to 2 of them because I want to collect the illuminated ones for the beetle. Yeah, let's just run over to the stilt. Need to get myself a programmable recoiler or something. Hey, some ruins. Grappling gun. Never gonna use these, so let's just scrap all of them. And the slumberling. You know what? Rebuke robot. You're my friend now. Some more books. Okay. Share some secrets. Level 26. Now we'll definitely have enough. So let's just do it. I'm impatient. Alright, fitted with suspensors, tri-hologram bracelet, and small sphere of negative weight. I know that the hologram bracelet is very good, and the tri-hologram is basically just 3 of them taped together. But I swear I never find the blueprints to make spheres of negative weight, and I'm not about to just start disassembling them in hopes that I get the recipe. Since I don't have the recipe to make missile launchers, I'll probably have to print out some chem cells to trade with people. Not trading anything I need, no. 27 in 1 attribute point. I think the robot leveled up too. do have a ganglionic teleprojector, so I could actually build them up into a real sidekick. Start putting points into agility. I feel like I'm forgetting something though. What? I'll take that bear meat off your hands. Or manipulators. Forget what I had at this stilt. Gunsmith, haberdasher, glover. See if the gutsmonger has anything. Carbide hand bones, pentaceps. Nothing I want. Mashed lag. Ooh, this guy's got some brain brine. Can I afford it, however? Seem to bring the price down. Only improves it by 1, right? Yeah, so that's not doing anything for us right now. Only had mirror shades too. Actually, do I have mirror shades? The type of armor? Artifact? Wouldn't be in any of the other ones. Yeah, actually, I do think I have a recipe that I already made that has ego bonus. I think I did anyway. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. PB's Lust Petal Mashed Cider. Gives us Intimidate and an ego boost. Right. And then, as for the prices, I'm pretty sure it's, hold on, let me open the thing up. It's only that number just below the actual stat, like that's the bonus it gives you, so right now it's +5. So if I had 27 ego, it would still be a +5 bonus, so there'd be no difference. Alright, 1,469 and 5, or 0.05. And when I wear this, which gives us 27 ego, but doesn't increase our bonus, 1,469.05. So yeah, it's just you need to reach the threshold to increase the bonus itself, not just a number. Oh yeah, I screw up on stuff for this game all the time. Like, for example, I used to think the implants that gave you stats, like this one, gives +2 agility. Used to think it would give you like one of those bonuses like this one where it says like, oh, your base ego is 22, it's modified to 26. I thought it would work the same way as those so that you wouldn't be able to buy skills with it, but you totally can. So one strategy I was kind of holding out hope for was to have my intelligence at like 27 and then finding the palladium electro deposits, which gives you +2 intelligence when they're installed in your head. And then that way I'd be able to get Tinkering 3 without putting my intelligence up so high and then just maybe uninstalling it at some point later. Or whenever I felt like it. And then still having the Tinker skill. But I just ended up not finding it. But yeah, since it counts for your base stats, it lets you buy stuff that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. Like, right now I could buy Empty the Clips if I had the skill points, which I still don't. But anyways, try to buy the Brain Brine. Sell the Giant Hands. Yeah, it's... especially for early game, you're just kind of hoping to find something good. Towards late game, once you've had the chance to run by the same vendor like 50 times, eventually you get what you want. And yeah, especially if there's a bunch of gunsmongers, sometimes you get lucky and you find a legendary one in a good spot, and they have consistently good stuff, but it's rare enough to not be worth relying on. I'm definitely gonna have to craft something to sell, or sell a bunch of food. Let's see, 50 star apple jam, 35 spine fruit jam, freeze-dried horse shrooms are worth a lot. Let's sell 10 of those. Can't have it all is worth a lot, actually. Let's sell all of that. Maybe sell some of the lower tier grenades that I'm not using, like all this fungicide. And the foliant. And the regular high explosives. Sower seeds. Got a bunch of herberries I could sell. Anything else to sell first, though? Doesn't seem like it. Alright, we got the Brain Brine. Now we are inspired, so let's think up of a good recipe. And, yeah, for the can't have it all random chance to explode thing, it's just, like, a sub 1% chance that you get the neutron flux, and that it actually explodes rather than just gives you the +1 armor value. But it's, most of the time I feel like it's weighted to give me, like, spit glands, like, 50% of the time, and then the other 49% of the time it's something equally uninteresting, and then there's the 1% chance that something actually cool happens, but usually it'll be something like, oh, your tongue falls off, and you have Glowtrot. Anyways, let's make Crush Grave Moss, and maybe not. That one gives you a high level burgeoning. Go with Mashed Lag, Bulk Honey. Oh, hitting the wrong buttons. And Star Apple Jam. You know what? Voider Gland Paste. See what we get out of this. Also added a burnt capacitor. +4 willpower. Whenever you teleport, you gain +8 strength. Yeah, it's they can roll, but they roll so rarely, and I don't want to cook with those when I'm inspired, which most of the time, if the only time I am cooking is when I'm inspired, or I'm using a recipe I already have. So it's just, I never really find a good situation to use it, so I'd rather just do like the wild rice instead. But it doesn't have the same odds because it uses different stuff that it rolls from. Back to this recipe, however. Don't like the intimidate. Can use teleport other, that one's nice. I'm thinking this last one would be good. +4 willpower, and whenever you drop below 30% HP, you teleport. Now, it doesn't say teleport randomly, so it might let me pick, but it might not. Sometimes the wording is ambiguous. Pippi's lag latkes and Voider cured niche with Hulk honey. Okay. So I don't know why I felt like I had to do the recipe. I don't actually have to cook with the brain brine. Let's use our named Sphinx Salt Injector, the Shiv of the Foul Pair of Sandals. Alright, let's see what the brain brine is going to give us. Discovered the location of Ash Meadow, Goatfolk Village. Location of secluded pig farm. Location of an asphalt weep. Location of Ippor. Location of the 12th Karuk. The Unepa hideout. And our ego got drained by 1. Yeah, I don't think that one was worth it. Didn't discover any historic sites. It was mostly just a bunch of random ruins. Yeah, I think I'm gonna undo that one. We'll hold on to the brain brine. I forget what exactly lets you re-roll it, or once you have a new seed or whatever the actual terminology is used. But if you wait long enough, it'll give you something different. So that's what I'm gonna do. Jeweler here. Schematics drafter. There's our man. It's got blood gradient hand vacuums. Those would be nice. Nothing else. See if we can afford that. Yeah, maybe they decided that Eater's Nectar's injectors were too common. Wouldn't surprise me. Sell the combustion cell. Hold on to that thermoelectric one. I'm thinking we tinker up something to afford this. Could easily make a pile of chem cells. Didn't realize it was too close to the microphone. Got picked up. I think 7 of these should do it. Nah, that's 300. Still need more. High capacity. Sell some of the thermal grenades I made earlier. Sell 6 of them. And the Mark 1 resonance grenades. Well, I'll keep the spring turret actually. I think 2s are still somewhat low in stock. Could sell some of these injectors. Also, why haven't I been disassembling these? And they don't weigh anything anyways. Guess it could sell the extra body pack. Not using it right now anyways. Alright, got our hand vacs. Also, we could have made vibro daggers the entire time. I am a moron. Moron that needs to drink more coffee. Let me do that. Yep. Looking in my big book of crap I can make and realizing, oh hey, there's like entire 2 tiers above weaponry I could make right now. And I do have enough to make 2 of these. At least I was smart enough to remember I could make spiral borers, although maybe I should have made one the first time I attempted Bethesda Susa. I did remember that I had one when I had to go to Golgotha just because there is nothing to be gained from running down those conveyor belts. There is some stuff that you can find in Bethesda Susa that makes the trip worth it, even if it is very dangerous. Golgotha, not so much. Right, just gonna get rid of this. Get the vibro dagger. What can I mod it with? Same stuff, same cost. Let's make it freezing. Yeah, but therein lies the thing with the conveyor belts is, remember the part where I said I don't like having too many active abilities? Yeah, kinda fucks me over in situations like that. Like, I'd run Chimera mutants where I always go with only the body parts way more often. If I didn't have to worry so much about, like, oh, I now have 3 bars of abilities that I have to worry about. Then again, it's not like I have to actually care about them. Only have to care about the ones I actually upgrade, but then I'm just like, well, why would I upgrade them when I can just have more body parts? Which, it's really hard to say which one's better. Alright, now I just have to go find some blood. Might not take too long since I have a dagger and I have the bloodletting skills. Should probably be giving this guy some equipment, but I already know. As soon as I give him a loadout, he's gonna go and get himself killed on the first encounter. So for now, he is unnamed, unarmed, yet to be proven. Yeah, if you have Carapace or Quills or something like that, you absolutely have to upgrade it. Speaking of Quills, last time I took that one, I felt like I was not using it to its full potential. Like, well, all you really have to do is, you know, get a whole bunch of spine fruit jam and then make a bunch of recipes that all have the trigger effect for, oh, whenever you reflect damage, such and such happens, but it's a really good trigger effect. Like, really good, because it's very easy to have triggered, and you can attach it to all kinds of really powerful stuff. But instead, on that character, I just kind of ran into the mountains over here and got eaten by a spider. Yeah, in general, quills really isn't that good, but if you do want to make use of it, it's in the cooking effects. Anything to do with reflecting damage can really start having some fun effects. Alright, now where was I gonna run off to? Alright, the river over here at Dupas. Let's investigate the ruins. Bunch of monkeys. Try to get some blood. Look so far. Oh wait, there's blood right there. Salty blood. Unfortunate. Oh wait, I already collected some. I forget if it's this run or a different one where I had some very interesting Sultan histories related to the cooking stuff. I think it's one of them here where they went to war over spicing food being outlawed. I don't think it's this one. This one had to do with the rights of robots. This one had murdering a popular rival with an altimeter made of paper. This one had, because of a reputation for murdering someone with malicious soldering. Gotta be one of these. Maybe I'm misremembering. Must have been another one. I kinda played this game a lot. Not to say that I'm particularly good at it, just I'm good at the early game and then I kinda stall out towards the end. Mimic. All these even disguised as a smoke cloud. The flowers and the lovers. Let me see, I think I just skipped over that one. Alright. After auguring a random omen, Gitafa wielded his dagger and struck down the Dust Cabal people in the name of equality. Remember afterwards how flowers and lovers cried out in torment for days and days. Yup. Not to mention some of the more evil stuff towards the end game where it'll be like, oh, you got stunned for 15 rounds and all your life got sapped out of you. It's never coming back. Which is why the most important thing anyone can have is probably the night sight interpolators. See the bullshit coming at you before it hits you. Even then, sometimes it'll just be like Lamau get sniped from across the map by a chrome pyramid who somehow saw you. While wandering around Sulep Roost, he dates the fur discovered Talep. There she befriended mysterious strangers and assembled a new contraption. That's a historic site, actually. Where is it? Did I already have that discovered? Sulep Roost. Ah, that's in the Rainbow Wood. Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit later. I might be strong enough to handle it. It's getting there and getting into the historic site that's the hard part. Some more ruins. Check it out. The Zero Karuk. Yeah. Although I guess a big part of the fun is being like, okay, how can I out bullshit the bullshit I'm gonna be running into and then actually pulling it off? Very satisfying once you do. Just takes quite a lot of work, and no one wants to see it all ripped out right from under them. I really don't blame people for playing on role-playing mode instead. Like, if anything, if you're just getting into the game and you're frustrated at your characters all dying before they even get level 15, then just play on roleplay mode. There's no shame in it. It'll let you see a whole lot more of the game. Be a whole lot less frustrating. And then, of course, if you're in one of the more masochistic types, like, I know you mentioned you like playing this game kind of like a more traditional roguelike, where you just go down the cave and you keep going until you can't anymore. That's also an option. But yeah, it's everything has some type of counter, you just have to figure out what it is. Or you just need to get so ridiculously strong that you don't even have to counter it and you just steamroll it. It just becomes less and less of a viable option as you go. Keep this one simple. Electricity resist whenever you deal electric damage. This one would be really good if I had the electrical mod for weapons. Electromagnetic pulse, that would just screw me over. Let's take this one, and then if I ever have the electrified weapon mod, it'll come in handy. Well, not that handy, it's only minor physical debuffs. PP's apple salt herbed sparks. Discover a lair. Lair of Yun Emir, legendary high-chiefed hermit. I think we're friends with the hermits. Sower's Eye, pass over you. Jewel encrusted club. A lot of those weird snapjaws here. Discovered the location of Starba, Goat Folk Village. Oh, there's a guy trying to hack into my brain. How about I hack into your ribcage? Also, I haven't really tried out the NVAX I got. Kills pretty good. Let's turn off the akimbo for now. Probably forget to turn that back on later. Well, actually, for the exact same reason you say it's fun to befriend them, I actually find it really fun to just murder as many as I can find, because there's a lot of legendaries, and they usually have kind of bad reputation with a lot of people. So sometimes you end up with very silly stuff like, oh hey, I'm friends with the goat folk because I killed enough snapjaws. Discovered the location of Rain Grove, Goat Folk Village. Actually, another one that's kind of fun is, not necessarily befriending the faction, but if you ever get a historical site that's full of baboons, like, there'll be a never-ending swarm of baboons you have to take care of, but there's also a lot of legendaries, so you can get some really good reputation out of it. But reputation's also kind of a double-ended sword, where sometimes you're friends with too many of the factions, and then, like, if you're not really geared up or leveled up, can suddenly become kind of difficult to find a way to progress. Though usually there's enough fuckers around to kill to solve that problem. Yeah, when I ran into those dudes, I think the character I was playing at the time had a carbine on them, and I had just gotten back from Gridgate, so I had more than enough bullets to spend, but even then I had to, like, stop halfway through to go refill on bullets because I ran out. And the turns take forever if you have the animations turned on. Oh hey. I think that guy's running the same build as Frog was playing the other day. He's doing a fart build. It's got corrosive gas and sleep gas. Those guys are shooting at each other. The gases are very strong. I really need to get over my fear of, like, oh no, I'm gonna destroy all the loot that's on the ground, and just fucking do one of those builds one day, because every time I see someone play it, it seems like simultaneously the simplest build and the most freeform build, because all you have to do is have, like, Carapace and then two of your choice of the gas abilities. Oh, it doesn't damage loot at all? That changes everything. Yeah, then I definitely need to try one of those. Discovered the workshop of Timo D, or is it Timode? Legendary gem cutter. Shrine to Gitafa, blessed Hyrus of Oozes. At daybreak on the summer solstice, a babe was found swaddled with bad omens on its eyes by a group of Oozes in Iraq Homestead. They took him into their fold and fostered him, and he became known as Gitafa, blessed Hyrus of Oozes. Yeah, it's starting to sound like I've really been sleeping on some of the physical mutations. Instead, I always end up going for the trap ones like regeneration, which is not nearly as good as you think it is when you first look at it. Or maybe I'm just doing it wrong. Oh yeah, allies and neutrals would be a problem with that kind of build. But if you don't care about being friends with too many people, you can just keep gassing all of them. Loved by hermits, disliked by vines, for worshipping a highly entropic being, hated by the cabal of the electric seed of robots for torching one of their villages, disliked by the denizens of Id Freehold for torching one of their villages. Not gonna kill this guy. I'm also not gonna give him any water. And we're done here. Disassembled a combat shotgun. One of those dudes fighting each other must have died. Can't figure out how to safely reach the stairs. Where are the stairs? And they're there. Great. Continue on our journey. Hopefully we don't lose too many arms. Though we're probably gonna have a robot friend lose a whole bunch of stuff, including his life. As for the light, a member of the cult. Okay, so electricity resistance, how good are we? 10. Not very great, but I think we have enough health to offset it. Yeah, I'll let those guys figure it out. There's our motorized treads if we feel like using them. But I'll take that skill soft. If I did want to use them, they're just 4 points. The ultra elastic ankle tendons I'm using right now is 3 points. So we need to uninstall something else if we wanted to use it. Not to mention we would immediately stop having the +3 armor value from these things. And they are giving us 10 move speed and a bunch of resistances. Okay. I'm not going to use the motorized treads, but I will remember they're there. Is that a cult member? It is. So we've got dawn gliders and asphodelites in this place. Alright, turn on akimbo. Get shooting. Good thing I have that fire suppression system installed. Shrine to Edates the First, Electric Seed of Robots. In 5022 before Resheft, after several tumultuous years, Edate's counselor suggested she abdicted the throne. Instead, she murdered each one with a light bulb made of vacuum tubes. Again, another person going Joker mode on all of their court rivals. Damn. I'm surprised he's not actually already dead, but that might happen very soon. And we're out of juice for one of the vacuums. Where am I getting this blood from? Or am I filling it from the blood from the other one? Yeah, it's a mystery. The people in charge of everything who can do whatever they want don't want to give up the power that lets them do whatever they want. Sure is a conundrum. I wonder if civilization's ever gonna solve that. Right, I'm thinking for here, get rid of the blood gradients. The arc winder's not going to do us any good, so it's just back to the Eigen pistols. If we really want to, we can make semi-automatic pistols. It's too bad you can't find better bullets for guns like you can with arrows for the different bows. It would probably be a lot to keep track of, but it'd be fun. Shit's on fire. I feel like I'm gonna shoot my own robot to death anytime now. Should probably go help him. Where'd he go? There he is. And I hit him again. Took 40 damage from the electrical discharge. That guy's still fighting something. Where'd he go? There he is. You know what? If the robot survives this historical site, we'll give him a name and we'll give him gear and everything. He'll be promoted to full-time companion. And I already don't see him. Where'd he go? Well, we do run faster than he does. Generally with Rebuke, no, I don't get very much luck. The best way to make it actually work, though, would be either, one, have a Ego Truekin build, which... fucking good luck, dude. The other one would be getting the implant that lets you reboot as if you're 5 levels higher. And then the last one, which is technically what we did, is just only bother using it on stuff that you're way stronger than, and then just, you know, hopefully they stick around long enough that they become strong enough that they're actually worth having. And he died. Rip and piss robot. So rip and piss us if we don't fucking solve injector this shit. I don't like what's going on over there. Turret is fighting that dung glider. I should get some electrical resistance or something. Probably with a nice meal. If I ever do run into an emergency, I have those rubber gum injectors, but might not have to make use of it. Blasting the hell out of that wall. Better turret tinker. Chain gun. Alright, now seems like a good time to make some food. Start by doing this. Did I... Nope, I just did one. I thought I did all of them by accident. Okay, rubber gum. I want to use match lag, but I only have one of them. Star apple jam. Then what else? Cider. Got lots of cider. We also had a sprinkle of commanding Mad Bull cheek. Yeah, not what we wanted. I think the middle one is probably the better one, because we don't have jump. BB's fermented cake with apples, grilled gum, and roast. Carbide gauntlets. That's an upgrade. Turbo. This would be much better for someone with more strength than I do. Trying to Edates the Second, the Mamish Bane. 4,820 before Reshef, Edates II plundered all of Mamish Hall, forcibly relocating the families of winged mammals and vines. Became known as the Mamish Bane. And then, just to be sure, I do have this thing installed. Ability, phase adaptive projectiles. When you fire a missile or throw something, your projectile shifts phases to pass through obstacles and reach your target. So I can do stuff like that. Seems to still damage anything it passes through. To explore here. Chest with some stuff. Alright, let's look at these statues before I accidentally blast them to pieces. Shrine to Reshef the above. In 1 before Reshef, the gyre widened and the final plague afflicted the land. The Gersh Nephilim rose from their cradles on the moonstair and slouched toward Cud to eat its young. Reshef rose to meet them in battle and cast them back. And we have another Shrine to Reshef. At Starfarer's Quay, Reshef consulted with mysterious strangers and learned the secrets of the gyre. By cause of the misdeeds of the Elder Sad, or Elder Sads, and Sultans, star beings had levied a curse on Cud. Reshef vowed to make right from this wrong and redeem our doomed world. Already read both of those, actually. Starting to think the build is online. I just have to get some way to see past these walls, because I can already shoot through them. So it is damaging targets that I'm shooting past. Same thing with the obstacles. We found the Book of Facts. Let's have a good look at that, actually. Might be funny. Yep, there it is. It's the facts. So did his heart swell when he was rebuffed and driven apart. Never on you. Tasty's alter viewing plane. Welcome to Great Gate Running. There you go. I churn. Do you have not the inert thing? It has no existence apart from her branch in the crest of an ogre ape. I think that's enough reading for a lifetime. And juice saps. Okay, maybe I just don't auto-explore for this place. I always thought it would be really funny if there was like a max capacity that the juice saps could slurp up, so if like you tried to drink from your antimatter battery, they just instantly explode. Wouldn't be quite so funny if there's like 3 of them right next to you, however. Wait, they do explode? Damn. Well, that's just proof that I don't play this game enough. Yeah, I do enjoy having my batteries charged and not uncharged. So maybe I'm just doing too good of a job at making the game not kill me horrifically for being careless. Which is directly contradicted by all of my playthroughs usually ending in a train running over my character. Speaking of, how are our cells doing? I think this solar cell we picked up while we were in here, but the rest of them are mostly untouched. This one's a bit more than half. These are doing great. Acid gas miner stuck in a corner behind a rock. Yeah, I swear, half the time I look at one of the updates and it'll be like, oh, we fixed a localization on this item you never found, and then other times it's like, oh, hey, we reworked, like, all of the freaking animations for ranged weapons. Should collect some of this, although it is heavy. Doesn't tell us how heavy. There's some random daggers sitting on the floor here. Saw you over there. Oh, hey, look, another loser with bot accounts in my chat. Let's get you banned. Alright, back to the shooting. The scoped arc winder. Probably don't need the scope part. Well, I would like followers, I just don't want someone with bot accounts trying to sell me followers. But you know, it's entirely up to you. If you want to see more, definitely follow. But yeah, I've been thinking of setting up chat filters. Churl mentioned just the other day on Scholarly Frog stream about how there's a couple of phrases he added to a ban list or something like that. Sounds like that would certainly help with getting rid of those dudes. But you know what else would also really help? If Twitch got rid of them themselves. But it's a never-ending arms race between the botters and the people hosting the platform, I'm sure. Yeah, link would be very nice. Although, send it in a direct message instead of putting in my chat. I have my chat set up so that you can't post links. You know, just to prevent anyone from accidentally clicking something one of the bots posts, because I swear it's almost guaranteed every time it's gonna bring you to a website that's gonna try to hijack your browser or your accounts or whatever. Because hell, if I was selling bot accounts, that's exactly what I do. Because I already don't care about doing shit the legal way. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll have to remember to come back and have a look at what you posted. Thanks again. Alright. So, ignoring the bot problem on Twitch, we're doing pretty good on this historical site. For whatever reason, there were only juice saps on that one floor. Don't know why, but I'm glad. Now there's lasers everywhere. Yeah, I really should dig through all the moderator related settings. Would probably pay off in the future to know all of that stuff. Because it seems to be paying off for you pretty good. And also, good point, Nerf. The music in this game is seriously underrated. Sound design in general is one of those things that people don't really talk about, but I think it really is the exact secret sauce that you want in your game to make it really stand out. And we're over the weight limit. Now we have to check something. Don't need compass bracelets. Painted metal folding chair. Late in 4735 before Reshef, after murdering a popular rival with an altimeter made of paper, the Sultan of Qud was assassinated. Because of Idate II's unfamiliar visage, he was chosen as the successor. Definitely already saw that one, but altimeter made of paper. Okay, yeah. I'll send a message. I think I'll even send a reply. What's a funny chat message to send? Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Disassemble a painted chair. Tattoo gun rusted. Fix that. Why are we not collecting the blood? There's plenty on the floor, so why are my pistols not filling up? Rid of the high cap chem cell. Although we should have modded that into radio powered. Damn. And ooh. Yeah, I'll have to go and check out their SoundCloud after, because I definitely like all the music in this game. Damn, Dom glider tails are heavy. Had 5 of them, had nearly full weight, so they were nearly like 40 pounds for 5. Now we have 50 servings of the cured Dom glider tail. Discovered the location of 21st Environ Shervapod. Or is it just environs? I know English has a lot of loan words. Heck, I'm better at English than I am at French, and I still run into those issues all the time. That being said, don't get too excited. I'm pretty bad at French, even if I did technically learn it first. Ah, this isn't good. Logical solution to the problem I'm having right now is to open my grenade menu and detonate this thermal grenade. There we go. Also, hopefully my microphone's close enough to my face to pick up stuff properly. I'm always adjusting it whenever I'm not using it, and then forgetting to adjust it when I do use it. So check out that guy hiding in the corner. Think you're safe from me? You're not. Well, you're safe if I keep wasting all my ammo. Hey, if ex-sound engineer thinks it's good, must be doing something right. And if I sound sarcastic, I'm not. I genuinely do worry a lot about my sound quality. Probably the single most important part of my stream, really. Too bad I can't set up the auto attack to use the pistols. I understand why it's not an option, because that would probably be really complicated. It's just so much easier to auto explore on a character that just punches everything in the face. Yeah, I'm really not great at the whole interacting with other people, and that's probably part of it. You had me going for a second there with that one, Churl. Oh, what an evil prank to do on someone. I forget what I was even saying, but I should probably look at this guy before I kill him. Pim Katal, legendary dawn glider and leader of the Society of the Mirrorborn, loved by the Society, disliked by the Cult of the Coiled Lamb. Warring cults. Now despised by him, and now favored by the Cult of the Coiled Lamb. Strange Chain of Dupas. 10 acid resistance, 18 move speed, 60 pounds of carry capacity. Very cool. Ah, you added that. I'd say you did a pretty good job adding that, actually. So I'm definitely going to be wearing that. Get rid of that wristband. Plastifer gloves. I think we've got carbide right now. This has resistance to carbide does not. Hold on to it. Those are worth a bunch of money. Gelatinous prism. Maybe we shouldn't have ran all the way over here. Get zapped. Bracelet works really well with my current strategy of just run away from stuff and then shoot it. Which actually was one of the main reasons I was seriously considering putting on the motorized treads. But now I don't have to do that. It would still be a pretty big upgrade, mind, but I don't have to be that fast, I just have to be fast enough to run away. And here we are in trouble again. Alright. Let's celebrate this with... Well, I was going to make a meal, but they broke the campfire. Force bracelet is very good. It's just half the time I forget I'm even wearing it, compared to this thing where it's always going to be active. Like I was saying, and have it all. Salt, cider. What do we get? Oh hey, also we got a honorable hunk of cheese. Get +2 armor value. I think that's the bone meal that gives us that, usually. I think the only reliable ways to get those is with the bone worms or something. Oh right, I completely forgot about it letting you recoil out. Maybe I should use those more often then. Actually, that's another one that would be really good on any of my mutant builds, because I'm assuming Force Bubble lets you do the same thing. Well, done with this ruin. Probably could have just teleported over to Ezra, but I'm already making the journey up. Smell roasted boar. Yeah, let's go ruin some days. Discovered Bavoid. Guess I should collect some crap to go sell. Jewel-encrusted rifle. Well, the only real plan I had going into this build was this guy was going to be a tinker. And at some point we hard swerved over to pumping a whole bunch of agility, so we're kind of like a ranged pistol build kind of thing. And the implants kind of reflect that. I've got 2 stabilizer arm locks, I've got bionic hands, and I've also got my face adaptive scope. Only thing I think I'm missing right now would be having a penetrating radar, and then we can really get some fun done. But as for future plans for this build, what would I like to do? Probably lean all the way into my tinkering stuff, get a whole bunch of stuff that gets better with the compute power, so get ourselves a palladium mesh tabard, maybe overload it along with the 2 risk calculators I have, and then I don't know what for the floating nearby slot, probably a point defense drone. Although we'd have to get rid of our trash barge to do that. Yeah, all we're really missing is to start picking up some tier 3 schematics from the merchants, which is probably our next step, now that we have so much stuff we can go and sell. Yeah, I actually do have, or did have giant hands. Actually, do I still have them? No, I must have sold them. Yeah, that's one of those things I was considering just earlier. I'll probably go through with it. Having gun racks and the giant hands, and then we can have 4 rifles at the same time. And I know that akimbo gets counted for rifles and as well as pistols. Yeah, quad fire linear cannons. I do have the radio powered chem cells to make that shit work. So that is very much something we could go towards. Another thing I was thinking is I know there's that one quest reward in the Tomb of the Eaters that gives you an item that's... I forget exactly what the effect is, but it... whenever you craft something, there's a chance that it has something like engraved or some other item mod on it, including stuff you usually can't mod onto items. So we could just get very silly with that and the micro manipulators and just make as many grenades as I feel like. Yeah, the ribbon, that's the one. So much fun stuff in this game that I never get around to because I usually drive my character like a car and then we do 3 flips on the highway and fucking die. Hopefully that's not gonna happen this time. This guy is doing pretty good. Still level 5, so I can't get anything new. Alright, 6 True, do you have anything cool? It just has all the stuff from last time I talked to him. Doesn't have the giant hands though. Buy the cycle gland paste. It's got a hyper tractor on him, though that's kind of expensive just to get a 6-bit. Buy some of that stuff. Probably just gonna sell the square cap. I really don't like having to equip it every time I'm going to trade anyways. And I think our ego bonus is high enough that I don't have to worry too much. Alright, does Ela have anything? Nothing I need. Doesn't seem to be rotating out the cybernetics. And she usually does that, I think. Probably not. I think I already knew that one, but let's read it anyway. 4668 before Reshef, Edates II won a decisive victory against the combined forces of Malep at the bloody Battle of Darkashire. As a result of the battle, Darkashire was so vacant of signs of life that it was renamed Time-Worn Ruin. Yeah, definitely read that one. Still a very cool name for a place to have. Right, get freehold. Go see what Bep has. Masterwork, finally. Phase harmonic, yes please. Siphon baton. We already have the vibroblade, so we don't really need that. And some dysfunctional AI master units. Only refreshes the data disk. Yeah, that sounds right. So I'm gonna say that's what it is. Well, you said that's what it is. You can get the credit. Ooh, it's got ley line puppeteers. That doesn't show up very often. Requires 1 dram of neutron flux to function. Very tiny chance each round that it's consumed. If I remember, isn't it something crazy like either 1 in 500 or 1 in 5,000? So it's not likely to happen, but neutron flux is not easy to come by. 10 Psychic Glimmer, 30 Quickness, and you get Temporal Fugue. That's what this let you do. Very nice item. Cannot afford it. Ogre for hat. That might actually be an upgrade over what I have. Not really. Let's give the toughness. On one hand, I kind of wish more of the vendors refreshed the important stuff like the implants, but at the same time, it would be kind of busted if they did. And then the linear cannon. It is a very good weapon. Although it being the vibro projectile or whatever actually kind of limits it in some ways. But if you have 4 of them, that disadvantage kind of goes away entirely. Cost 1,071. Maybe we're better off just finding the blueprint for that. I will purchase the bone meal. Let's learn the stuff. And we do have some wedges. I think it's enough to get 1 more point. Right, 20 points. Oh, hey. We're doing pretty good so far on this run. We are playing on classic mode. Oh, that's the wrong button. The build I have so far started as just a pure tinker that I veered off into having agility. Ignore the psychometry, that's just from a meal effect. We've not gone into any melee weapon related stuff other than we took first 2 skills in short blades, and at the very start we had long blade just for the dodge value. We've gotten a lot of stuff in pistols. I'm gonna get empty the clips next, and then probably fastest gun in the rust. So that's kind of our goals for skill points. For attributes, we're gonna keep putting points in agility probably. I think at about 30 I'll probably veer off into either willpower or toughness. Or maybe I'll find something else to put the points into. As for the stuff we have, I've got a vibroblade. And I've also got this thing. Have a look at it while I read chat messages. Yeah, that is a very good point with the vendors. I'm very terrible on probably spending more of my time playing the game towards the end. Just kind of running between id 3-hold and Ezra in the stilt and just trying to see how much stuff I can buy, but that's more just how I play my characters. Gotta get them data disk. Just have to have them. Also, I don't know why that's doing that sound. Satellite broadcast power is currently occluded by drift film. Ooh, you're trying to find biodynamics, so I'm assuming you plan on having the jacked mod if you don't already have it. Oh, and you have electrical generation on the longsword. Yeah, that you got some pretty good historic sites from the sounds of it. Right, just gonna buy back a couple of stuff this guy has, or a couple of the gems, I mean. I'm not sure if there's a game design way to prevent people from, you know, laming it out and finding a reliable way to get the best gear in the game, other than just making it so unavailable that people just get frustrated and give up and run into the deep jungle and die. Ooh. Yeah, disarm is by far the best reason to get into longswords. Wait, you got both of those swords from the same spot? That is an amazing... what's the word I'm looking for? An amazing boon to any adventurer, I'm sure. And got all kinds of people in my chat telling me that I suck at the game. Just joking. I really need to get around to doing more cave exploration in this game anyway. I tend to spend all my time just screwing around on the surface, so my end goal is always to get to deep jungle where hopefully I'll get lucky and find either a bunch of flawless crystal gear or crysteel gear, or find some Zetachrome if I'm really lucky. Now, what was I up to? Alright. Buy some of this stuff, sell the sniper rifle. Have a bunch of floating glow spheres, but those weigh like nothing. Sell the skill soft. And get a few more gems. Yeah, sounds like you got a pretty good thing going then. I do have a spiral borer on this character. I forgot to use it for Bethesda Susa, but I did use it for Golgotha. I started the game with it actually, because I'm playing as the artifacts. I just got the data disk right from the get. Speaking of data disk, let's swing by the starting village, see if the Tinker has anything. Nimet, do you have anything for me? It's got a stasis entangler. I think I sold one of those just earlier. Yeah, this is the one that gives a big timeout for everyone except for you and your target. Which it always sounds like this one could be a little cheesy, especially if you could get the cooldown low enough, then you just use it on like a cave spider or something and then just walk past all the enemies up onto your actual objective. But I don't know, I never really used it. Anyway, already have flaming, don't need fidget cells, prayer rods. We actually do have the small sphere of negative weight blueprint. Nothing here for us. Okay, so I think I'll actually go back to Gridgate. And everyone's going down to the caves, and here I am hanging out with the bears. Yeah, True can have by far the better endgame between the two, just because if you do things right, you have everything you need for your build, and anytime you feel like, you can basically switch out to an entirely different build. And now we have to go secure the spindle. Before we go do that, go talk to Spera. Got a bunch of good stuff, but nothing I actually want. And go talk to Jacobo. Spring loaded, I already have that. Handy nukes. Fun, but not so fun when they're blowing up right in front of you. Make a power core. Oh, can ignore that for now. What tech I like to use? I'm assuming you mean cybernetics. I actually still have it equipped. I started with the techno scanner. I was really like having it because don't have to spend any water identifying stuff at the merchants, don't have to worry about accidentally breaking something, and also the little electromonocle or whatever it's actually called, you can just sell that right away. It's just way too versatile. Usually my second pick would be this other thing I have here, the stabilizer arm locks. That way it's just, as long as I have a ranged weapon, even if it's a crappy musket, I have some reliable way of protecting myself, which is also very nice. And then, instead of recoiling to Ezra, I think I'm just gonna walk there. Getting pretty close to the point where I'm gonna be ending my stream, but we still got a little bits to go. Roasted boar. Yeah, let's go ruin some goat folk. Naba, goat folk village. Cut that out, you. Now that I've thought about it, I was just thinking like, man, I spent all this time and effort getting these blood gradient hand vacuums and I'm not using them, and then I just remembered. On the bottom here, compute power on the local lattice decreases the time needed for this item to generate ammunition. And guess what I have? I've got 2 risk calcs. Although I can only use one of them along with the bracelet I just found, but we're gonna do that anyways. And we're lost. Oh, we're on the outskirts of a village. Let's see where it is. Oh, we found it. We discovered a canoe. And we also got an achievement, Tourist. We pop open the Steam overlay. Visit 100 generated villages. 0.3% of players have this achievement. Well, I am now part of the 1%. Sub 1%, actually. Ooh. New follower. Good old hot dog. Speaking of, that's a great username. Colossal orb. I got a whole bunch of people in the chat today. Sure feels great. Also, let me just read what Nerf posted there. Chatting about the activated abilities menu. Oh yeah, we were just complaining that we make bad decisions and do like a chimera build for mutants and then just always pick the one that gives you an extra body part and never spend any points whatsoever on actually upgrading your abilities, and then you have like 3 or 4 bars full of abilities that are kind of bad because you never upgraded them. And I've been stalling for long enough. Colossal Orb. Since the first Icy Monk Carnival, the villagers of Ekamu have joyfully feasted on broth of the machine. They enjoyed the gruel. This place is an absolute maze. Yeah, that is a good point, Nerf. I already kind of do that with my stuff. I don't change the hotkeys all that much, since it's just like 1 to 9 for the ones on the current bar you have open. But for example, I always put stuff like harvest plants, rifled through trash, butcher corpse, you know, stuff I'm never going to deactivate. I put it all the way at the bottom, so it's on the later bars, and all the stuff I'm always going to want to use or have access to, like sprint, rebuke robot, make camp, akimbo. Actually, this character really doesn't have all that many active abilities I'm using right now. But yeah. If I'm ever making a character that has a lot of abilities, all the stuff, I usually put up to the top. I probably should put some of them like sprint and make camp, and probably also meditate, just be directly on a hotkey. Meditate I can kind of get away with ignoring that I even have it as an active ability because it automatically kicks in anytime you're sitting for more than 10 turns. Yeah, it says right there, if you rest for 10 or more turns, you automatically begin meditating. But you can manually activate it if you really need that little bit of extra health in the moment, or cooldown. But I think all I really have to do to fix that issue I'm talking about with the hotbars is just memorize what the keys are to switch between the hotbars. Because every time I'm just peering over at the corner, I'm like, oh, just press Control Tab. Or Control Shift Tab. Which, now I think about it, that's incredibly simple. I don't know why I don't have it memorized already. Enough complaining. Talk to the warden. He's watching us. Nothing to trade. Legendary chain emplacement and 012 the Shrewd, the village administrator. I think I know why they were talking about the milk of robots or whatever it was. Rudolphon... Hold on. Rudolph Once Willow Fesperlowort. Fancy name you got there. Moon and Sun, Wisdom and Will. Has nothing to trade. You pet him. He sways gently. Legendary chain laser emplacement, beep boop. Why is there an asphodelites here? Or why are there asphodelites here? Perhaps they thought they could find water here. Services are available if you have work to offer. No bad. We've been reading the village annals, and we've discovered a nearby location forgotten to our people. Unepa spot. What treasures might this place hold? Precious metals, arable lands, a relic. To the dish known as broth of the machine? We must know. If you find it for us, we will reward your service. Will you do it? We hear that it's located next to a honeyweed. I'll go find it for you. And I can't ask him if there's any work nearby, so that's pretty much all of it. Let's go talk to the mayor, or at least go see his reputation. Loved by the villagers of Ikamu and robots, disliked by the villagers of Chez Libel for digging up the remains of their ancestors, disliked by cats for slaying one of their leaders, hated by the villagers of Sarvava for casting doubt on their beliefs. Well, he does have robot reputation, and I really do like that. This is a hard choice. Yeah, have some oil. Could teach us juicer. Probably not gonna get it from him. I'd rather just have the reputation. There wasn't anyone else here to talk to. But let's go see what the recipe is. Let's eat the broth of the machine. Whenever you teleport, you jump twice in a row, each time at +1 range. Well, I can't teleport, but thank you very much. Now let's find wherever this honeyweed was. There it is. In the middle of the river. Maybe we do that one later. Next to the honeyweed. Okay. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Yeah, let's try it. And we're lost. In the outskirts of the village we just left. Okay, just have to go to an adjacent spot. This is Salt River and Fungus Patch. And that is a good point. We do not want our legs to be missing, so let's equip something a little bit more lethal. It's not south. Let's try north. See the madpoles coming after me. Discovered Unepa spot. And we're just gonna immediately leave. River's too scary, man. Okay. I've located the spot. Thank you for your services, traveler. Bunch of injectors. Don't really need it. We already have a corpus, so that leaves us with a Schrodinger's page for the village of Schwarashur. Let's tangle that right away. On the 7th of the Ubu'ut, Pipi became admired by the villagers of Schwarashur for worshipping the same deities. And we now know wherever the hell that is. Actually, look on the journal. Finally have enough stuff in the journal that we have to use the tabs. It's east of Crit Gate on the other side of the river. Or the lake. Depends on perspective, of course. Got a bunch of tar in here. So what are those made of? Goat folk skin tent. Ever just kill enough goat folk you can make an entire tent house out of their skin? These guys have. Painted vessel. While traveling near Fortuitous Bog in Iraq Homestead, Gitafa was captured by bandits. He murdered their leader with a bad omen made of silver and was thenceforth known as Ten-Sided Dancer. A bad omen made of silver. No comment on that one. Stone monolith. In 1920, after a chef, not before, scrab-clad hermits settled in Shwarashur, unseating the mayor and imposing laws that prohibited defending having neither arm nor legs. It's kind of weird that you had to impose a law to tell people not to have no limbs other than their heads. The head counts as a limb, right? So basically, you're not allowed to want to be a worm. The Anti-Slog Village. Yeah, that sounds right. Can't give water to this warden. Who's this guy? B. Mafarta, Wrapped Godhead. Loved by the villagers, disliked by apes. Yeah, too many people taking the limbless challenge. That does sound like something that would happen in Cud. Alright, this guy had nothing to offer us, unfortunately. So we talked to B. Maferda. Yes, now we go talk to the governor, Kishi-un. Loved by the villagers of Shwarashur and grazing headedness, hated by newly sentient beings for casting doubt on their beliefs. What beliefs? They basically just gain sentience. It doesn't make sense. Disliked by the villagers of Shersik for burning one of their leaders in effigy. Have any work? Friend, are you acquainted with the consecrated clay pitcher of the lair of Hugh Skotlatzal Mulsimo, or Mulkimo, legendary horned chameleon? It is a venerable relic to us. Often we make pilgrimages, drink from it, and contemplate the scrap-clad hermit colonist. You are a scrap-clad hermit colonist. It would be a boon if you would do it yourself. What do you say? We will pay you for your services. You know what? You're a weird guy, but I will do it. And don't think I'm gonna give this guy water. Nah, let's give him some water. We can learn to lay mines and set bombs. Sure. Right, go talk to this guy. Why is there Gamud Ramen here? Just showed up one day and started emitting a monotone pulse. Yeah. I really do need to make use of lay mine, set bomb, and also the deploy turret more often. I've used it maybe a total of once so far in this run, and I basically just set it up to see what would happen when I set one up. And I have really no excuse not to do it more often. I have all the tinkering bits I need to make all kinds of stuff. Especially simple stuff like Isakar rifles. And then the same thing applies to all the bombs I have. Although usually I like using the tier 3 frag grenades just so that I don't end up gassing an entire area and then having to wait like 100 turns for it to clear out. I have no idea where this guy wanted me to go. Was the lair of Hugh what's-his-face Kimo, legendary horned chameleon. Which is right on the other side of the lake. Right there. Yeah, at some point in some of the later on historic sites, you're just like, fuck it, I don't need the books in here, I'm just gonna nuke it. Or at least that's what I imagine you're thinking. Probably more responsible to do it somewhere it's not gonna have a relic, however. Here we are at the lair. Whole bunch of frogs here. And down gliders. And I do have the scaled mod. Actually, I think I already have that on my backpack. I do. 150 reputation with unshelled reptiles. What is our reputation with unshelled reptiles? Negative 275, so we need one more scaled item, and we could probably just waltz in here for free. Beguiling recipe? I do have one. I think it was whenever I take damage, there's a 10% or so chance to beguile at level 7. Could use that on whatever legendary frog is down here. Or do I just have to have a frog with me and they'll suddenly be fine with me? Oh, actually, yeah, I completely forgot the eat the mushroom effect is super strong. I do have inspired. Frozen solid. Let's fix that. On the other hand, what if I just put scaled on something I had? Like these gloves. Take me a 2 and a 4, got plenty of those. Try that. Well, these guys are cool with me now, but this guy not so much. And then make some food. Do I have mushrooms? Don't think I have some. I could go to Kakyukia, go pick up a bunch. Oh no, wait, I do have mushrooms. that plus love, and top it off with some cider. Let's see what we get. We also had a gentle chameleon horn. Whenever you eat a mushroom, you beguile a creature as per beguiling rank 7 to 8. We've made peepees, borscht, and pickled mushrooms, spice, and roast lust. So just to check that that works. Not sure if you have to eat the plump mushroom itself or if a pickled mushroom is fine. Hopefully a pickled mushroom is fine. Select the direction to beguile a creature. Yeah, there we go. Now, whenever I want to beguile something, I just have to do that. Now, the jar full of probably oil or whatever that I'm looking for is almost certainly going to be somewhere further down in this layer. Gonna have to go down there. Frogs still do not like me. Yeah, I do have to keep in mind the mushrooms are super strong. Way easier to trigger that effect than it is to be popping salves all the time. Although, I think I'm at the point where I could relatively easily do that. I think I've got like a dozen of them already. Yeah, I've got 10, and all I need to make more is some dreadroot tubers, which one visit to Red Rock would probably solve that pretty quickly. Yeah, the thing's not here. Next level. Shrine to Edates the Fourth, Mir and Azor. One night, under the beetle moon in Shirakesh, a healthy child was born to the Sultan at Old Sawan. At the moment of his birth, a famous glassblower completed his work on a legendary mirror, and in celebration, people told stories and renewed friendships. The babe was named Edates the Fourth, but the people called him Mirrorborn. That's pretty neat. There's the consecrated clay pitcher. Drink from it. It is spicy and delicious. And there's the legendary Horde Chameleon. He is loved by the reptiles, disliked by cats for repeatedly beating them at dice, and admired by the consortium of Phyta for cooking them a splendid meal. Well, I would like to have cat reputation, not because it's particularly valuable, I just like cats. And let's give him some water. And let's share him a secret. While traveling alone in Hatum Manor, Edates watched a flip coin land on head 10 times in a row. From that day forth, she was obsessed with 5-sided dice. Nothing to trade. Okay. Notice some ruins. Nah, we're good. And it was the governor that gave us the mission. Probably shouldn't have brought a maze beer nearby. Drank from your pitcher, dude. Let's see. What are we gonna get? Bunch of data disc. Resonant grenades Mark 1, have those. Acid gas grenade Mark 3, probably not gonna use those. And flashbang grenade Mark 2s. Not fantastic. Don't need a portable beehive. We'll just take the injectors. And then before we leave, let's go butcher our former friend. Never mind, he seems to have won. He killed the Woodsprog. Well, anyone ask? I never knew you. Smell roasted boar. Sure. This place is called Baba Deep, Goat Folk Village. Shade oil injector on that guy. What's that guy doing? I think he's phasing in and out and just following me around. Alright, let's get to Ezra. Yeah, I do have to keep in mind, flashbangs would pair very well with a mental mutant that has Sundering Mind. It would have been useful about 2 runs ago. Or was it 3? It doesn't matter. Let's just whip up a quick meal. Gather whatever you can find for your meal. A rescued banana leaf, a blessed chipped off chunk of the spindle, and a mural shaving and a daca root. Let's start with Ela, actually. Want them blueprints. Do you have blueprints? High capacity. Sure. And a hologram bracelet. Try to get those. This guy's inventory is really starting to fill up. Let's do one more over, just in case I missed anything. Still got that shard mail. It's got a defoliant Mark 3. Do I know how to make those? I do not. Buy that from him. And the mash lag. Can't make regular arc winders. No, we cannot. Hey there, Zeta Tryhardly. Things are going pretty good so far, although, sad to say, you might be tuning in kinda late. You're gonna be ending very soon. But I'll show off what I've found so far. I've managed to find this strange chain of Dupont. Check it out. 10 acid resistance. It's got 18 move speed, 60 pounds of carry capacity. Works very good for my current build where I'm just a true kin wielding pistols and I run away from people and shoot at them. Fits right into the build actually. Other than that, I've got a freezing vibro dagger with a radio powered chem cell because I can radio power my stuff. Got a couple of crystal pieces of equipment. I've actually got 3 different sets of pistols. Got my arc winders, I've got blood gradient hand vacuums, and I've got Eigen pistols. And other than that, nothing too fancy. Although we did finally get around to getting Tinker 3 now that we have 29 intelligence. Oh, and hey there, Scholarly. Here's what I have for implants. Got the techno scanner, cranial plating, our suppression system, the phase adaptive scope. This one's actually really great. Yeah, it is kind of rough sometimes with the implant look, but you have to stay persistent, reach the mid-game, and you start to get more vendors that sell stuff. But yeah, I'm really liking the phase adaptive scope, because it's when you fire a missile weapon or throw something, your projectile shifts phase to pass through obstacles and reach your target. I'm not sure if it's with specifically the Eigen pistols, or if it's for any pistol, it still damages anything it passes through. So you can do a lot of damage. And assuming it doesn't work like I think it does, it still lets you shoot very accurately as long as you're shooting accurate to start with, like high agility. Yeah, definitely recommend using this one, especially if you're using ranged weapons a lot. Another thing with ranged weapons is I've got 2 of these stabilizer arm locks, so I've got a total of 16 extra points for the purposes of calculating accuracy, on top of having bionic hands that give me more agility. So we're pretty good at shooting stuff. Still keeping my eyes out for a penetrating radar. But yeah. We've found a whole bunch of stuff. Still have this brain brine, actually. You know what, let's not end things just yet. Let's use a Sphinx Salt Injector and see what we get out of the brain brine, see if it gives us something different. Right, activated the vision. Drink the brine. Discover the location of Black Veil, Goat Folk Haunt. Babastar, Goat Folk Village. The lair of Relisubella, Nusik Tosa, Legendary Giant Dragonfly. Shervapad Point. Shervapad Burrow. Orchard of Ghost and Cerulean. And our ego is decreased by 1. So unfortunately, that one was not good. So return to Star Division. It gave us different location names, but it gave us that effect earlier. So gonna have to try again sometime even later. But anyways, installing for long enough, I really have to go cook some food. So I'm gonna end the stream right there. So thanks again for everyone who popped in and either had a chat or just lurked in the background. Always appreciate people who appreciate gaming. Now let's see if there's anyone to raid. Well, it seems like I'm the only person streaming CUD right now. And none of my buds are online. You know what, it's probably bad etiquette to do this, but I'm just not gonna raid anyone today. But yeah, hopefully you guys liked the stream. See ya. Oop, oop, hold on. Yeah, actually, Narf, if you want to start up a stream, that'd be great. I'll just hang tight right here. So you just let me know when you got that set up and I'll send all these viewers straight at you. Here it should be going. Let's click the buttons. And there you are. Now, I won't stick around to talk in your chat, unfortunately, since I really do have to get going. But once I'm done with that, I will be back. So you hang right in there. Okay, and the raid is ready to go. And again, see ya.